Very warmest of welcomes to you indeed. What a pleasure to have your company at the Palace of Culture and Sport in Varna, Bulgaria, one of the most historic parts of this historic nation for a much-loved FIG World Challenge Cup competition. Coming up over the next little while, we've got 5 medal events for your entertainment. The women's balance beam and floor finals, and the men's vault, parallel bars and horizontal bar competitions. All the qualifications took place over Thursday and Friday. Yesterday we had some scintillating finals, some very special moments for gymnasts competing for the first time in senior international events. And we also have had well-known returners to international competition, gymnasts who perhaps have recently embarked upon their comeback after a brief break following the Olympiad. Some whose comebacks are well and truly in progress, others who have an intermediary point perhaps between those two extremes. So every gymnast is on their own different path, their own unique journey to get to where they are aiming to be, whether that's the Continental Championships, many of which are coming up very soon, whether it's the World Championships in Jakarta at the end of the year, or whether they're actually thinking much more long-term and focusing on Los Angeles 2028. They are focusing on the judging task at hand. Congratulations to all of the officials who've been selected for this competition, as well as to the gymnasts who've qualified for today's finals. It's a great accomplishment to make it to a World Challenge Cup final. It already puts you as a gymnast in the elite category. The men's vault final will be our first order of business, and the top qualifier for that was the Norwegian Sebastian Spunevik. He scored 14.125. But there were quite a few gymnasts who struggled with one vaulting qualification, so a lot could change in that particular final. It wouldn't be a surprise to have a real mockery made of the qualification standings, with just a different landing here and there from certain athletes who've got the potential to fly up the leaderboard. We'll wait to see what happens in that one. It should be interesting. After that, we'll move to the women's balance beam final. The top qualifier there will be the last gymnast to go. That is Mariana Kiniuk of Ukraine. She's just 17, scored 13.4 in qualification, almost half a mark higher than the next best, Emily Roper of Great Britain. That is a charmingly close-up view of the vault codes from the Code of Points. Hope you got all of those. The men's parallel bars final will be following the women's balance beam competition. No great surprise that Ferhat Arujan of Turkey was the top performer in qualification. He is, after all, an Olympic medalist on this apparatus. But great contenders will be challenging, like Robert Tvorogel. He was the second best in the preliminary stage, European Championship medalist on parallel bars. He'll go last in that final. The final event for women will be the floor competition. And the top performer in qualification for that, and this is very interesting, was Telma Alafsteinsdottir of Iceland. And she could well be the first gymnast from Iceland to win a World Cup medal in the current format, and the first woman ever to win a World Cup medal for Iceland in any format. It was 25 years ago that they achieved a podium finish in a Grand Prix event in Glasgow. And we will conclude our coverage with the men's horizontal bar final. Marios Yoriou of Cyprus, the top performer in the preliminary stage. And he is the reigning European all-around champion and was the horizontal bar champion of his continent in 2022. He recently won a silver medal at the Cairo World Cup. So we're well set up, are we not? Should be great fun, and I'm really grateful to have your company. My name's Olly Hogben. I'll be talking you through all of the action over the next few hours. From the Palace of Culture and Sport in Varna, it is time to welcome the gymnasts onto the field of play and to get going with the first competition. The finalists in the men's vault competition at the Varna World Challenge Cup. The top performer in qualification, Norway's Sebastian Spunevik, 7 times a Nordic champion, very good vaulter, but there are other gymnasts with higher difficulty scores. One we've got to particularly watch out for is the gentleman going after him, Zheng Weisheng of Chinese Taipei. He's got the potential to win this. We'll know a lot more after his first vault, which had issues with clarity in the preliminary stage. Frankly, the winner could come from almost anywhere here. It wouldn't be a surprise if we have a surprise, if you know what I mean, because the qualification results are indicative of the fact that there were some gymnasts who had a particularly strong first or second vault, and the other one was weaker, didn't manage to necessarily land it properly. Should they do that in the final, then we're in for a very different picture. So let's have the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bulgaria, Olly. Representing Argentina, Varna. Representing Kazakhstan, Apparatus. Representing Norway, Sebastian Spunevik. Representing Chinese Taipei, representing Vietnam, representing Turkey, and representing Austria, Martin. To hold that name for the first 4 athletes.
We'll be underway in just a moment or two. The standard FIG Artistic Gymnastics Apparatus Finals warm-up system is in operation. The first 4 gymnasts will warm up and compete, and then there'll be the next 4 gymnasts having some contact time with the apparatus. All of that introduced some years ago to endeavour to give the athletes better preparation for these finals, rather than doing a warm-up and then coming into the competition maybe some time after they've actually had their last contact on the apparatus. Makes a big difference. The gymnasts have really welcomed the change. It's actually been a very good change for television purposes, because it gives us a little opportunity to look at their warm-ups and to talk about the lay of the land and what we might expect to see in the final. In the first half of the final, we're going to have Eddie Penev of Bulgaria, Daniel Viafanye of Argentina, Faruk Nabiev of Kazakhstan. Just looked at him there. And this is the top qualifier, Sebastian Spunevik of Norway. So gymnasts who were ranked 6th, 5th, 4th and 1st in qualification. Spunevik performed a very impressive Dragulescu vault in the preliminary round. Eddie Penev certainly could contend. And he's a gymnast who, frankly, is looking extremely good at the moment. Extremely good. His quality of performances at the age of 34, with the injuries that he's endured in his distinguished career, it's easy to overuse or lightly use the word inspirational, but I think it really is with Eddie Penev. He's got obviously a deep love for the sport that has propelled him through significant challenges, really significant challenges. He is obviously somebody who has never lost his hope, never lost his belief, never lost his sense of determination that this is what he is meant to do, that this is what he is good at. And he's been producing some beautiful looking tumbling on floor, very elegant, very composed, very stylish. And he won the gold medal in the floor competition yesterday, so we certainly have to regard him as a contender for honours on vault. Time to begin the men's vault final. Eddie Penev will get us underway. He's indicating on the vault board that he's going to do a round off half on front layout with 2 twists. Well, he started with real style, the Bulgarian Eddie Penev. Champion on floor yesterday. His technique is unquestionably proficient. He's so secure of the fundamentals of gymnastics, as you'd expect somebody of his experience to be. But for all of those young athletes watching on, it's a super example that is set. So although he was indicating the 5.0 difficulty vault on the board, he was credited with a 4.8 in qualification, and one imagines that's what we'll get here because that looked like a shoe felt. There we go, 14.1.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bulgaria, Eddie Penev. Second vault.
Second vault. Very good. That's his lower difficulty vault. Little lack of stability on the landing, but only a small amount. So the Accopian was his second vault, the full twisting Kasamatsu. .8 is the average score for Penev. He's well up from qualification. Gain of almost 3/10. Daniel Villafañe of Argentina. Roche is the indicated first vault for this very experienced athlete. And indeed, oh my word, did he hop forwards there. Well, there'll be quite a few deductions, but remarkable show of stability as he flew forwards at the end of that handspring double front tuck. That's really good control, considering that he could easily have gone right over, put the hands down. 13.85 for that vault in qualification, with a 9.05 for execution. He's competed at 3 World Championships, Daniel Viafanier. 13.6, the 8.8 score for execution, reflective of that big landing adjustment. So a drop of 0.25 from the preliminary stage. He made the vault final, by the way, at the Pan American Championships last year, when he took silver on the rings. And his 1.5 twisting Kasamatsu, the second vault for Daniel Viafanier. Gymnast with 2 4.8 difficulty vaults. That was more stable in the landing, a little backwards adjustment. He's done well. He was the 5th best qualifier, so feasible that he could contend. It's another good show of strength when he's got a slight sideways lilt as he lands. Could quite easily have gone over. Nice work from the gentleman from the city that hosted the Youth Olympic Games in 2018. .7. The average score of 13.8 for the second vault for Viafanier. So he's only down by less than a tenth compared to qualification. We look now at a gymnast whose execution was beautiful in qualifying. This is Faruk Nabiev of Kazakhstan, 24-year-old. It's his 10th World Cup event, and he has been a medalist on the parallel bars. If he can perform as cleanly as in qualifying, he will contend. Oh, that's so regrettable. The roche not quite fully rotated. And he scored 14 for that vault in the preliminary stage. As he comes to ground, I'm sure you can see there's a very clear backwards lean, so under-rotated. Huge lover of association football, Faruk Nabiev. He has a degree in coaching from Shymkent University. Actually wanted to be a footballer, that was his first love, and his parents gently persuaded him that gymnastics might be a better option. It's turned out to work very well for him. He adores the sport now, but he's got a very diverse set of sporting interests. He hugely enjoys martial arts and mixed martial arts. One imagines that as somebody who's studied coaching, it's very much in his interest to watch as many sports as possible to try and learn as many different coaching practices. 12.6, unfortunately that's a drop of 1.4 from qualification. It will likely preclude his appearance on the podium. Let's hope he can produce a cleaner looking second vault, because he really was elegant in qualification. He had the best execution of anyone that made this final. Oh, it's just not one of those days today. Well, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. It was great in the preliminary round. Just didn't get the whole way through that. He was indicating a double twisting Yurchenko. So it'll be interesting to see what the difficulty score is for that vault, because obviously the full execution of the double twisting Yuchenko carries with it 4.4 for difficulty, but he was not close to that. Good that he at least didn't land in a dangerous way. He was able to hop back up pretty quickly afterwards, but something obviously went wrong in flight there. The block was problematic. Didn't get the elevation. 11.833, so only a 3.2 difficulty for the second vault. So that is 1.2 down from the intended vault. Now we go to Sebastian Spunovic, who is the top performer from qualification. 14.125. His execution was lovely in the preliminary stage. Let's have a look at this first vault. And that's a very tidy looking Dragulescu. Well done, that young man. No surprise to see nice vaulting from him. He was the Junior European Championship silver medalist in Munich in 2022. Decent placement, decent height. Not a huge distance away from the table, but that should do rather nicely. This place, by the way, the Palace of Culture and Sport, is particularly special for the Norwegian gymnast because they've had really good results here over the years. And he won the bronze medal on vault a couple of years ago at this World Challenge Cup. That was at the same event where Sofus Hegemsnes won the horizontal bar gold, the first Norwegian World Cup gold ever. So there's something in the air in this building for the Norwegians. They do perform strongly here. That is excellent. 14.4. He's gained 0.2 from qualification. He's set up well to contend. Kasamatsu 1.5 is expected to be the second vault. Oh, good, very good. I think he just stayed in bounds there with that little diagonal forward step. But a very good case made by Sebastian Spunovic of Norway. This will give us a better indication. Yes, he's well in bounds. What a nice performance. Well, that has set us up really interestingly for the second half of the vault final. I'm going to explain why after this score comes in. The long wait for the number, and it is 14.1, the average score. So he is only a tiny amount, a couple of hundreds down from qualification. Now, the reason why all this is very interesting is thinking about what is to come. This gentleman, for example, now we just saw a little indication of it there. He has, as a second vault, a Blanik, the handspring double front pike for a 5.2 degree of difficulty. There have been occasions, and qualification was one of them, where he picks up a 4.8 difficulty. It may well be because that pike is not properly piked and it's actually more of a tucked position. And I'm sure many of you know, and especially those who follow diving, the physics are such that a pike position is considered harder to rotate than a tucked position. Well, it's not considered, it is harder to rotate than a tucked position. And consequently, you have higher difficulty scores for something that is piked than for something that is tucked. If it's tucked, then it will be 4.8. If it's piked, it's 5.2. He has, Emir Hankarten, performed that Blanik beautifully before. If he gets that, then he could be somebody who moves from the first reserve, which is how he's come into this final, with Arel Benovic having made the decision as the second best qualifier to withdraw. He could be somebody who's absolutely contending. We also have coming next Sung Wei-sheng of Chinese Taipei, third best in qualifying, but with two 5.2 difficulty vaults. Those of you who know Sung as a vaulter will know that he is, generally speaking, one thing or the other. When he hits, boy does he hit. And when he doesn't, unfortunately, he drops well down the standings. That's what makes him one of the most entertaining vaulters out there, because he goes for it. He has high difficulty. He's really interesting to watch. And he is somebody who likes to have an element of risk to his scores by having that high difficulty. And that's his strategy. We've also got that gentleman, Martin Migic. He'll be the last to go, 8th in qualification. But it's going to be very interesting to see what this young man is able to do, because his execution scores in qualification were, for the first vault, 8.1, and for the second vault, 9.15. What's really interesting is that the vault he's indicating is a Zimmermann, which is a real flick through the pages of the code of points and try to recall the last time you've seen that sort of vault. It's very unusual. It's from the Roche and Dragulescu group, but with a little difference to the flight path. First vault for Sung Wei-sheng of Chinese Taipei, World University Games silver medalist. Well, there we go. How about that? One for fans of obscure vaults. My word. That is the Zimmermann. Just fascinating. It's very like the Dragulescu, but the half twist comes further, or earlier I should say, in the vault. And that's why you get that very distinctive sideways motion in the air. I think that is the first time I have ever seen a Zimmermann in an international competition. Lovely. It's very striking looking, isn't it? Almost appears to be a counterintuitive process because we're so used to seeing Dragulescu's to have that half twist of the body in earlier. 14.233 is his score. Now then, he is utterly in the picture because he got 13.3 for that in qualification. But I told you he does difficult vaulting. He's now going to do a handspring double back pike, the loop. This is another 5.2 degree of difficulty vault. If he lands this well, without too much adjustment, he goes into the lead. This is a big vault. And he has landed it. He has landed it. It's not the tightest pike position, but the conclusion was excellent. He was very steady. Well, we'll have a look back at it. Handspring double back pike. Goodness. And that's what I mean about Sung Wei-sheng. When he hits, he really does hit, and he brings with him a lot of difficulty. It's going to be a very compelling score. He's one of those people that when you know he's going to be in a vault final, you just instinctively want to reach for a bag of popcorn because He'll guarantee you entertainment. You've got to love a gymnast who really does go for it, who's decided what their strategy is, which is ambitious difficulty, bold vaulting, some unusual vaulting as well. Lovely to see that Zimmerman in there. And 14.183 puts him into the gold medal position.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Vietnam, Hai Khang Thi.
We move to Ting Hai Han of Vietnam. 7th best in qualification. He won the bronze medal on vault at the last Southeast Asian Games. He's a 2-time team gold medalist. Oh, he does have quite a lot of backwards adjustment there as he lands. It's been a very good competition for the Vietnamese gymnasts. Lovely to see them here in such numbers with such a strong presence. Quite precise looking in flight, decent form. And it's a 13.4, only 500ths down from qualification.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Vietnam, Hai Khang Thi. Second vault.
Ting Hai Han to perform his second vault. And this we anticipate being the more complicated vault. He scored 13.45 for both vaults in qualifying, but the execution for this one was a lot lower. And it's going to be again here. So we're going to end up with a fairly similar set of numbers for Ting Hai Han. He's off alignment as he lands, and as a result it's a very crumpled connection with the mat. Just hard to get that twist completely around. He's going for the 2.5 twists to come back facing the table. It's the Yo 2 vault that Arta Davtian tends to perform as his second vault. And that was a vault that scored 8.25 for execution in qualification. So I think it will be probably a fairly similar number to his opening vault. Question is whether he fully got the whole way around. And he was given the difficulty. 13.15. 12.9 for the second vault. So that is a drop of 0.3 from qualification for Ting Hai Han. Well, let's see what this gentleman gives us, because he can be really very interesting. This is Emirhan Katan of Turkey. He's only 19. Silver medalist on vault at the Junior Balkan Championships in Istanbul. He's emerging as an exciting prospect for the Turkish men's team on this apparatus. Good, very well cushioned landing. Made it seem very controlled. He's beautifully aligned as he lands that. 13.9. And that is way, way up from qualifying. 12.85 in qualification. Now we are set up for his blockbuster vault. He is indicating with vault code 2.31 that he's going to execute the Blanik. Here we go. Emir Han Carton. Oh, no, not quite. It's another example of a gymnast who really goes for it. Sometimes he gets the degree of rotation spot on. Carries with it 5.2 if he gets the full difficulty credit. As I mentioned before, he has sometimes been given the 4.8 for it. It's important that the legs are really straight in the pike position to prevent it being considered as a tucked vault. But he's only 19, this lad. There's a lot to get excited about for his overall development. Certainly his handspring front double twist, that was a very well performed vault. And he's almost gone the opposite way from qualification, where that was the weaker. We've only got one more to go. Things are looking very good for Sung Wei Sheng, considering the difficulty level of the final vaulter. 13.3, so he is up from qualification, but it's gone the other way round. 0.2 increase, but it was the second vault that was a lot weaker this time. He does get the full 5.2 difficulty. There's no doubt that it was a piked execution.
Representing Austria, Martin Migic.
Last vaulter, Martin Migic from Austria. Congratulations to him on making 2 finals this weekend after having been a reserve on previous occasions. Very nice, that's a good Roche vault. Handspring double front tuck. Made that look very smooth. Very small landing adjustment. Nothing to get overly concerned about. Deals with a natural compression of the body by showing plenty of leg strength. He competed at the World University Games in China in 2022 when the gentleman who's leading at the moment, Sung Wei Sheng, won the silver medal. .666. So that is an improvement of close to half a mark from qualifying. Very well done to him. Let's see what he does with the second vault. He's indicating the Accopian, the full twisting Kasamatsu. Did have quite a big landing adjustment, but overall, really strong performance from the 21-year-old. Nice to see more of him in international finals. He was so thrilled to have made his European Championship debut last year in Rimini in Italy. It's quite a big diagonal back step as he comes to earth. But the more he competes in these sorts of competitions, the more he makes World Challenge Cup finals, the more he's going to be used to doing this sort of thing, the more he's going to be confident and comfortable. all of this good for his confidence, good for his experience. Because you can only become a high-scoring gymnast if you get out there into competitions and have the chance to develop and have the chance to make some mistakes and get some things right and some things wrong, and go back to training and increase your difficulty and refine your execution and do all of the things that gymnasts do. 13.549 for him, that's a big jump up from qualification. He's done really well. He's gained the best part of half a mark there. Classified results on their way in just a moment. Crowd set to be treated to more Bulgarian scenes of celebration with one of their own on the podium. And we'll bring you the ceremony straight away before we go on to the next event. Let's have a look back at how the medals were won in the men's vault competition in Varna.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite a huge applause, champions for men's vault.
The classified results in the men's vault competition, with the gold medal won by Tsungwei Sheng of Chinese Taipei. Sebastian Spunovic just behind him. The Norwegian takes silver, and Bulgaria's own Eddie Penev wins the bronze. The victory ceremony for the men's vault competition. The Bulgarian Eddie Penev on the podium for the second time this weekend after taking gold in the floor final. Sebastian Spunovic of Norway is the silver medalist. Second time he's been on the podium in the Varna World Challenge Cup, and his best result yet. But from the moment this gentleman performed that lovely first vault, the Zimmerman executed it so well, he was clearly on a path to win the title. He did it by a matter of hundredths, and he was as exciting as ever to watch. Tsungwei Sheng of Chinese Taipei is your champion. We will now hear the anthem of Chinese Taipei.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up for the national anthem of Chinese Taipei. up for the champions and march out.
And there they are, the medalists in the men's vault competition at the Varna World Challenge Cup. We'll move on in just a moment to the women's balance beam final. Great to have your company. Hope you're enjoying all of the action so far from the Palace of Culture and Sport. And this should be a most interesting competition. There was quite a gap between first and second place in the preliminary round, but as we all know with beam, things can really take on a life of their own once the final comes around. Certainly some very good contenders to earn a place on the podium. The finalists in the women's balance beam competition. Top in qualification, the last gymnast to go, Mariana Kiniuk of Ukraine. She scored 13.4. That was 4/10 higher than Emily Roper, the second best in the preliminary stage, and she will conclude the first half of the final. This is the start of the World Challenge Cup season in FIG competition. We've concluded the World Cups, all finished in Cairo very recently. Lovely competition there, great competition for African gymnasts. There were so many of them on the podium in history-making moments for their nations, including 2 gold medals for the Egyptians. It's one of the great things about the World Cups, as they're held across the globe. We get to see different national teams sending different athletes to them. And this in Varna has given us an opportunity to look at some gymnasts that we don't get the chance to see a great deal of. So let's wish them the best of fortune now as they take to the beam. We'll hand over to the in-venue presentation team for the official introductions.
Representing Bulgaria, representing Austria, representing Ukraine, Mariana Kiniuk.
Warm up for the first 4 athletes.
The beam final will begin in just a moment. Good luck to all of them who've made it to this stage. In the first half of the final, we're going to look at Nola Matthews of the USA. She was the 3rd best in qualification. The 4th best will follow her. That's Luxembourg's Celeste Mordenti. Both Matthews and Mordenti were on the uneven bars podium yesterday. Then Lin Yichun of Chinese Taipei. She was the 8th best qualifier. And she will be the 3rd to go. It will be Emily Roper of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland who will be the last gymnast in the first half. She was the 2nd best in qualifying. So interesting to note that we're going to see 3 of the top 4 qualifiers in the first half of the final. But we're not going to have clarity until the very end because Mariana Kiniuk, the Ukrainian who was the best in the preliminary competition, she will go right at the end. That's a lovely moment. Eddie and Kevin Penev both getting onto the podium in the floor final yesterday. Gold and silver. Now more honours for Eddie. There's a gymnast who has set a wonderful example of perseverance, of diligence. The improvement of Celeste Mordenti over the time that we've been watching her internationally has been a joy. Mordenti unquestionably comes into any event like this on the World Challenge Cup circuit as a medal contender. And that's not something that we were saying several years ago. But anytime you see her name on a list of finalists now, she is to be regarded as somebody able to get onto the podium. She certainly is as well. Nola Matthews proved that yesterday by winning the uneven bars gold medal. First time in a World Cup competition. Very good young British gymnast, Emily Roper. She's won international honours for both England and Wales. Was born in Ipswich in the east of England. We're very close to the start of proceedings. Nola Matthews will get us underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States of America, Nola Matthews.
Nola Matthews of the USA, getting us started on beam. Third best in qualification. Very smooth thus far. This is looking nice and tidy, and it was a good difficulty score in qualification, the second highest of anyone, 5.2. So unquestionably, she is capable of contending. Alignment is really strong, very little in the way of adjustment. Oh, and then after that, when everything had been very strong, off she comes. Well, it's just the way it can go on beam. Sometimes you can be 9/10 of the way there. That side aerial just had a backwards lean to it as she landed. Very nice double backwards tuck to conclude. Almost, I mean, that was almost a cracking display from Nola Matthews. It had so many terrific sequences. The gymnast from San Jose in California, who's been a double champion at the Pan American level. Started well, good mount sequence. Very good X-axis in the wolf turns. And there we are, coming out of that side aerial. Unfortunately, unintentionally dismounting the apparatus, taking a full mark of loss. She's a little piked as she lands the double tuck, but it was very good. So her qualification score was 12.8. And as I mentioned earlier, strong degree of difficulty, 5.2, the second highest of any of the qualifiers. Only Mariana Kiniuk had a 10th more. .366. So she is unfortunately down from the qualification score by about half a mark. Had she stayed on there, she would have been well beyond her qualification score. Everything else was going very nicely. Celeste Mordenti of Luxembourg, 4th best in qualification. Very graceful switch leap mount. Didn't quite get the legs up to horizontal there, but she saved the adjustment. Was at risk of going off. Very good. What a good hold too. That's an experienced gymnast. It's a quick routine, it's very purposeful. Now, can she keep the stability in the wolf turns? Yes, not the cleanest of reconnections with the extended leg on the beam. And comes off, unfortunately, out of the tucked backward somersault. It's another example of a routine that is very nearly there. She dismounts well, almost from Celeste Mordenti. But again, an example of the positive trajectory in her career, because there was a confidence to that performance. She was a fraction away from maintaining contact with the beam at all times. Mount looked very nice, straight into some very striking choreography, making it clear that she is authoritative on the apparatus. There was nothing tentative about what her arms were doing throughout. That was a really impressive hold. Wolf turns here, bend of the leg and a slight almost scrape of the beam as she comes back into contact. Twisting form at the end, loses a little shape, but the overall picture continues to be a strong one. She departs from this competition having won another medal. It's 11.6, so she was in line to be essentially where she was in qualification had she not come off the apparatus. That's a full mark down from the preliminary stage. Nice to see some of the naval cadets who were part of the presentations in the crowd watching and enjoying the gymnastics. A lot to enjoy about this young competitor. This is 19-year-old Lin Yichun of Chinese Taipei, 8th best in qualification. Can do some very nice work on the beam. This is growing in confidence. It's a slightly tentative feel to the start of it, but it's now really developing its authority. She was, again, almost aligned. Acrobatic series proving problematic. So we've had issues for all of the first three, but really just the one issue. Unfortunately, those issues have been nestled amongst otherwise really nice looking beam performances. And there is the innate stark reality of this apparatus and how unforgiving it is. Good side somersault. twists well to conclude. Lin Yuchun of Chinese Taipei. She's somebody developing international experience. She made the beam final at the Szombathely World Challenge Cup in Hungary last year. She made the beam final in Cottbus at the start of this season. On both occasions, she was quite a way down from qualification. She will probably find that's the same here. It takes time to be able to consistently deliver what you can do in qualifying in a final. And it's a big occasion when you get to a final. And the only way to refine that is to just keep doing this, to keep coming back out there and competing internationally and getting more and more experience. The rudiments of her gymnastics are great. She's got some very strong elements to that routine, some very strong moments. It almost came together cohesively. 12.2 was the qualifying score. She made her World Championship debut at the most recent competition in Antwerp in 2023. That was a week after making her debut at the Asian Games. It was a very busy and high-pressure spell for Lin Yuchun. Same year she got onto the podium at the Asian Championships with the team. We are still awaiting the number. Just to let you know that it's 12.366 that holds the lead, and it remains thus 11.833, so not a huge drop from qualifying. Only about 4/10 down.
Representing Great Britain, Emily Roper.
Emily Roper of Great Britain, second best in qualification. Starting nicely. 19-year-old with real potential to challenge. Oh, what a hold! What a hold! She was leaning backwards at the conclusion of those wolf turns. Very good. The body around fully. Free walkover, had a big adjustment, but the feet remained planted and she held on. There's quite a few deductions as she goes through this, but she's staying on the apparatus. Again, gets the body around 180 degrees very well. And a very smooth dismount. Well, that's interesting. That is very interesting. From Emily Roper of Great Britain, that could be the routine that changes entirely the dynamic, I should say, of the podium. Let's have another look at this display. Mounted really well, totally in alignment. Look at the end of the wolf turns, backwards lean and incredible stability shown. That was a remarkably good save. Small adjustment there, but she minimises the deductions beautifully. That's impressive. Getting the body completely around to land in the starting position. And there, coming out of the free walkover, she's piked, she bends forwards, but holds it. Very well done, that. The two-time Northern European Championship gold medalist. And she is into the gold medal position, 12.466. It is a drop of just over half a mark from qualifying. All of those execution deductions added up. So what we saw for Roper was a little different from what we've seen for the first three. There wasn't one clear big moment where she lost most of her execution marks, but they were just incremental. But sufficient was her control to put her into the gold medal position at the halfway stage. Now, based on the qualification results, and who knows of what relevance they are in a beam final, but based on the qualification results, Roper may have done enough to get at least the silver medal. Because of the four remaining gymnasts going, only one of them scored stronger than 12.466 in the preliminary round. And that was Mariana Kiniuk, the top qualifier, who'll be the last to go. Following this, we'll bring you the men's parallel bars final. We have a look at Nicole Stoimenova of Bulgaria in front of her home fans. She said after qualification that she was so excited to get the chance to come back out for the finals in front of supporters who will, she knows, be so behind her. She has a very interesting gymnastics background at Stoimenova, because she actually trains at Links Gymnastics in Buckinghamshire in England. She's based in Aylesbury, but she was born in Blagoevgrad in this country. There is the top performer in qualifying, Mariana Kiniuk. She was the bronze medalist on this apparatus at the Ukrainian Championships last year. It's a first ever senior international final for Mariana Kiniuk, and that itself carries an interesting dynamic.
Warm-up is over. Good luck.
Very experienced gymnast coming up.
Representing Iceland, Thelma Adalsteinsdottir.
This is Thelma Adalsteinsdottir of Iceland. The sixth best in qualifying, 12.35. And she is the reigning Northern European champion on this apparatus. She won the title in Dublin last year, along with all of the other apparatus competitions. Oh, no, come on, I can't believe she's going to save that. Oh, that was so close. My goodness, I thought she'd managed to hold on. Oh, that was as good an effort as you'll see. That was shades of Ashikawa Urara at the 2021 World Championships. That matrix style save. Couldn't have fought harder there. Beautiful, really good strength. Attacking all of the leaps and the jumps. We're going to see her later, by the way, as the top qualifier for the floor final. And then the twisting gainer dismount. I mean, that was very entertaining from Thelma Adalsteinsdottir of Iceland. Some very authoritative and powerful work on the apparatus, and she almost kept it going. Great mount sequence. That was so impressive. And here, you can't fight harder than that. And those of you who remember Ashikawa Urara in qualification at the 2021 World Championships will know why I'm drawing the comparison. On that occasion, Ashikawa stayed on and then went on to lift the World Championship title. Nice gainer dismount. Not had the easiest start to the season, the Icelandic gymnast. She's just recently said goodbye to her coaches of 10 years. That's a big life change. And we're going to see her in the floor final later. She's from the beautiful city of Reykjavik. Fabulous part of the world. When I say she's experienced, this is a gymnast with 5 gold medals, 3 silvers and a bronze at the Northern European Championships. Going right back to Tórshavn in the Faroe Islands in 2017. She also has a very interesting accomplishment, which I'm going to come back to later. A very unusual thing that she's managed in her gymnastics career. She thought she was free to go there, but not quite. But I'll throw the question out there for you now. As the score of 12.166 comes in, well, just think about that. What that would have been if she'd stayed on. We'd be looking at a 13 or so score for Alfsteinsdottir. Now to Nicole Stoimenova of Bulgaria. Ninth best in qualifying. First gymnast to open with a sideways on mount, the candle mount. Oh, that was lovely. Great sequence of wolf turns. Virtually flawless stability. Just slightly lost the balance there a fraction, but now quickly picks up the pace of the routine. Very aligned in the back tuck somersault. This is looking fiercely impressive from Nicole Stoimenova. Dismounts well, only a single twist at the conclusion of the routine. The difficulty score in qualifying was the lowest of all of the qualifiers. From an execution standpoint, that was very fine. Sometimes you find that a gymnast gets balance beam honours because of execution rather than difficulty. Many, many times it's happened over the years that somebody has emerged not as the strongest or not even close to the strongest in difficulty, but with crispness of performance. This is lovely. She's very stable. Score is 12.5, and she has gone into the gold medal position. 8 for execution. There we go. It was such a smooth display from the Bulgarian. She leads the way with 2 to go. She's guaranteed a medal. Zelina Kickinger of Austria. 7th best in qualification. 12.25 was the score. It was a tentative start. That might help her to feel that she's eased into the routine now. Wow, that's so much better than the start. What a great transformation. This is really interesting to watch because the first 10-15 seconds have been replaced by a totally different atmosphere to the routine. And that is a credit to her experience. Lovely side somersault. Wow, well done to Zelina Kickinger. Sometimes a routine doesn't quite start as you want it to, but when you're a gymnast of experience, you know how to get out of that and to change your mindset very quickly. There was a steal about this gymnast because she's off on the mount, and then straight after that, there was a tentative quality. That was the moment there when everything transformed. And from then on, she was steady as a rock. And maybe that sort of confidence comes from qualifying for an all-around final at the European Championships, which is what she did last year, or finished 18th in the all-around competition at the European Championships. There's a slight overlapping of the legs, a crossing over as she twists around. A little deduction for that. But very impressive change of dynamic in that routine. The leader we just saw there, Nicole Stoimenova. But there we go, 12.833. Fantastic from Zelina Kickinger. She might well win the title.
Representing Ukraine, Mariana Kinyuk.
Mariana Kinyuk of Ukraine. Top qualifier, 13.4. Young gymnast in her first senior international final. Very well rescued. Great quickness of reaction. Big moment this, isn't it, when you get into the first final of your senior career and you're the top qualifier and you're the last to go. Must have felt like a very long wait. She is looking really controlled and composed. It's a little adjustment to the side somersault. Not a big one at all. How well done. How impressive from this young athlete who's been waiting the whole final as the top qualifier to get out there and perform. Mariana Kiniuk from the west of Ukraine at the foothills of the Carpathians. She was the bronze medalist on this apparatus at the national championships last year. She's also been the junior beam champion at the Polish national championships. Real degree of assurance to much of her work, and that save, very important. Warm applause from the crowd in Varna for Mariana Kiniuk, and that is why she has won the gold medal with 12.866 her score, 5.3 difficulty, and by a matter of hundreds she has just beaten Zelina Kickinger. And how marvellous a moment for Nicole Stoimenova of Bulgaria, the 9th best in qualification. She's come in, by the way, as a reserve, Stoimenova, because Amalia Dahlene of Norway, the 5th best qualifier, had to withdraw. So Stoimenova, coming in as a reserve, has taken the bronze medal. That is a fabulous example of seizing your opportunity when it comes along. Let's have a look back at how she did it and how the other two made their place known on the podium too. The classified results in the beam competition. Bronze to first reserve Nicole Stoimenova of Bulgaria. Brilliant accomplishment in front of her home fans. Silver won by Zelina Kickinger of Austria, and by hundreds, Mariana Kiniuk, the Ukrainian top qualifier, wins the gold medal. Well, that was such an interesting final. I did suggest at the start we might have some deviation from the qualification standings, and I can tell you that the gold medal, that was won by the top qualifier, but the silver medal was won by the 7th best qualifier, and the bronze medal was won by the 9th best qualifier. So it was one of those beam finals. Varna is the setting for the National Naval Academy of Bulgaria, which is why the cadets always play such an important role in the presentations here. It means a lot to them to do it. They love to be involved and to represent the Bulgarian Navy with such distinction at an important gymnastics competition like this. The victory ceremony for the women's balance beam competition setting is the Palace of Culture and Sport in Varna, Bulgaria.
Third place and bronze medal, representing Bulgaria,
A huge moment in the career of Nicole Stoimenova of Bulgaria. For the first time, she is a World Cup medalist. Zelina Kickinger of Austria has taken the silver medal. That's her best ever finish in a World Cup competition. But how's that for making your mark in your first ever senior international final? Mariana Kiniuk of Ukraine. Top qualifier and translated it to gold in the final. Must have been quite a weight as well. Last to go, knowing what everybody else had produced. I wonder how aware she was of the performances that had already happened, how much she was focusing on watching her competitors, studying the scoreboard, or whether she just wanted to go out there with a completely clear head and perform her routine without any awareness of what sort of number was required. Every athlete's different, only she knows what her process is. But whatever her process was, it worked. We'll have the national anthem of Ukraine now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up for the national anthem of Ukraine. Huge applause for the champions and march out.
Congratulations to them, the medalists in the beam competition at the Varna World Challenge Cup of 2025. The men's parallel bars final is next. Hope you're enjoying the action from Varna and this first World Cup in the Challenge Cup series of 2025. Koper is next. That will be coming along next weekend in Slovenia. Then we go to Tashkent in June. And the Paris World Challenge Cup in late September. And right at the end of September, Szombathely in Hungary completes the Challenge Cup series. We've already had the 6 World Cups in Cottbus, Baku, Antalya, Osijek, Doha and Cairo. All of the series winners have been crowned. The finalists in the men's parallel bars competition. the top performer in qualification, Ferhat Arujan of Turkey, and he will be the 4th to go. His score was 14.05. So here they are, the finalists for the men's parallel bars competition. We've got some very experienced gymnasts on this apparatus about to perform for you. It should be a good standard of final, and we'll hand over now to our in-venue arena floor presentation staff for the official introductions. Warm-ups about to begin for this men's parallel bars final. In the first half, we have got the 6th, 5th, 7th best qualifiers and then the top qualifier. So we'll start with Ding Phung Tang of Vietnam, then Petr Vefic of Serbia, Luis Ilsung Melander of Sweden, and Ferhat Arujan of Turkey. All of this taking place in the city of Varna, third largest in Bulgaria and the largest seaside resort on the beautiful Bulgarian Black Sea coast. It's an incredible place with so much rich history, quite literally rich history actually, because the oldest gold treasure in the world was discovered in the Varna necropolis, dated to around 4,500 BCE. And they've found about 300 burial sites in the necropolis with over 3,000 golden items. It's just an extraordinary archaeological haul, allowing us to learn so much about the construction of ancient civilizations and the lives that they lived, and how many extraordinary ancient civilizations have been based in this part of the world. First time that Varna was actually mentioned by name was by Theophanes the Confessor, part of the Byzantine aristocracy. Gives you an idea of just how far back we're going. The Thracians have settled here over the years. In ancient Greece, this place was known as Odessus. Still retained its name as Varna. An association with the Byzantine Empire, as I mentioned earlier. It's just incredible. Then the Ottoman Empire had a very big presence here in the 16th and 17th centuries. You just can learn so much about the history of Europe and the history of so much of this part of the world simply through studying Varna itself, because so many overlapping civilizations have trodden the paths of the streets of the city. So many gymnasts as well over the years have been here. It's not just held artistic competitions, it's held competitions in rhythmic gymnastics, the European Championships several years ago were here. That was thought by many to be a real high point in the career of Boriana Kalane, until she then went on to win the European all-around title and finished as the silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Paris, the conclusion of an incredible career. So there is great reverence for the arts in this city. It's got a long association with ballet. Varna has a huge international competition that's been going since the 1960s. Some fabulous museums. It actually hosted the Chess Olympiad as well in the 1960s, and that was just before it hosted its first edition of the Rhythmic Gymnastics World Championships in 1969. So just a little scratching of the surface of this fascinating place before we delve deeply into this parallel bars final. Here we go.
Representing Vietnam,
Well, what a privilege to have an experienced gentleman like Dinh Phuong Thanh of Vietnam competing here. An Olympian from Tokyo, 11 times a Southeast Asian Games gold medalist. He is one of the absolute greats from his region. Very nice move into handstand. Looking quite precise so far. Oh, that was nice. Bit of style going into the Bavzart. It's had a few flickers here and there of readjustment, but not a huge number. There was an example. Brief positional reset halfway through the tip belt. And he has a slight sideways adjustment as he lands, but some very elegant gymnastics on show there from Dinh Phuong Thanh of Vietnam. The gymnast who's been honoured by his country. Has been given a whole selection of national awards. First really came to international attention with a bronze medal on the parallel bars at the Asian Games in 2014. So many honours have followed. He's been a World Cup champion on this apparatus too. That was in Hungary and Koper in 2016 and 2018. .13 in qualification. And exactly the same in the final. Completely the same balance of difficulty and execution too. The most difficult routine we anticipate being Ferhat Arujan's. Again, no surprise there.
Representing Serbia, Petar Vekic.
We come now to one of the best executed pieces of gymnastics in qualification. Petar Vekic of Serbia, not an enormous difficulty score, but he looked very tidy in the preliminary round with a 13.15 number for 5th place. He's made a couple of parallel bars finals, and he was 4th on this apparatus here in 2023. And again, the execution here is very crisp. Nice straddle front. Oh, shame. Hands down and a mark gone. Lovely on the apparatus, though. Pedovefic, the gymnast who has competed at the World Championships on 3 occasions, 4 times at the European Championships. He didn't have many adjustments to his position actually in contact with the bars. Kept his heels very much together when they needed to be, the straightness of the legs. All of it had very good mechanics. But as he landed, leaning forwards, and the hands down, it's a shame. 25-year-old scored 13.15 in qualification. And it's 12.3 on this occasion. He was actually on course to do better than in the preliminary stage. Fahad Adojan there going through his routine in his mind, little visualizations as we wait for Louis Ilsung Melander. He competed in the rings final yesterday. And it will be very interesting to see if the gentleman after him can stamp his authority on this final. Louis Ilsung Melander of Sweden, 7th best in qualification, a score of 12.95. This is the 9th time that he's been in a World Cup final, or in a World Cup, I should say. Too has got a sense of smoothness, hit that handstand beautifully. Goes with purpose with the straddle front somersault. Ooh, tip helt, unfortunately, didn't quite work, and that is essentially a fall. Oh, it's a nice dismount too. Oh. Well, you can see it in his reaction. Just came back down onto the bars from the tip helt, and a mark will go for that. There's got to be a continuous and uninterrupted upwards movement of the hips. So much of this was really very nice. There, you can see that there's clear interruption to the tip helt, and he comes to rest down on the apparatus. Then after that, into the pike position, very stylish. Had a similar experience on the rings. It was almost as it needed to be. 7 times he's been a national champion across a combination of apparatus. 12.1. Does lose a little difficulty from qualification. Overall, he's down by just over 3/4 of a mark. Well, the stage, you would think, is set now for the man from Turkey to seize control. The man who has twice been the champion of Europe on this apparatus, who was on the Olympic podium in Tokyo. There's going to be very high difficulty, that is clear. There always is with him. How will the clarity of execution be? That's been the issue so far this season. But he did win the gold medal in Antalya in his home World Cup. Took bronze in Osijek.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Turkey,
Ferhat Aruzhan of Turkey, top qualifier with 14.05. We welcome the two-time champion of Europe and the gentleman who won the bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics on this apparatus. There will be plenty of ambition in this display. We'll watch for what he does on the single rail. Nice opening handstand, looked really clean. And there we go, handstand on the single rail. First of those we've seen. Comes out of it well. And another, very good. He has lots of effective changes of direction to bolster the difficulty. Well, that's going to go into the lead for Aruzhan of Turkey. Very nice performance. 14.05 in qualification. He looked crisp in those handstands on the single rail. We look back at this display that was striking for its absence of real breaks in the leg form. And that has been a bit of an issue for him at times, losing the togetherness of the heels. And minimal landing adjustment. What's the number going to be for Ferhat Aruzhan? So proud to represent his nation. He was the first to go to the Olympic Games in 108 years in men's gymnastics at one point. Now you can't keep Turkish gymnasts from the Games. 14.3, comfortable gold medal position. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to come forward and beat that score. What we have to come in the second half of the final is Sofus Hegemsnes, 13.3 in qualification. Habibullah Ergashev, 12.95 in qualification. Niels Dunkel, 13.25 in qualification. And Robert Tvoregal, 13.45 in qualification. Certainly there's room to get onto the podium, even if they can't match Aruzhan's score. But the gentleman in the background there, Robert Tvoregal, is a wonderful gymnast on this apparatus, Lithuanian trailblazer. And it's not as though we've had an absence of good quality German routines on parallel bars over the years. Niels Dunkel certainly can contend for the podium. And it's going to be very interesting that he will be the last to go. Robert Tvoregal, who won the bronze medal on the parallel bars at the European Championships in 2020. That was the first ever Lithuanian medal at the European Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. It got rather overshadowed when later in that day he won the gold medal on the horizontal bar, but it was the parallel bars that was the history-making first ever moment for his nation. He's He's got full colours at the European Championships, twice a silver medal on the horizontal bar, including last year. It was very interesting hearing what he had to say around the time of the Olympiad, when he remarked on the fact that he doesn't tend to show much emotion when he's competing, but that he actually feels a great deal of fear in training, particularly. Not in competition, where he says the adrenaline lets him take over, or lets him overtake that fear and replace it with a positive energy. But in training, he's very nervous, especially when he has to learn new skills. And it's lovely to hear an athlete speak that honestly, because it's natural to fear learning new skills and trying something you've not done before. For some gymnasts, it's the other way around, isn't it? They are more comfortable in training than they are in the big atmosphere of a final. There is somebody who enjoys performing, somebody who's a great entertainer. This young man returning to a place of great triumph for him, where he won a gold medal on the horizontal bar in 2023 for the first ever Norwegian World Cup title. Sofus Hegemsnes of Norway, 25, from the capital city of Oslo, and an Olympian from Tokyo. 13.3, the third best score in the qualification phase. That would put him into the silver medal position. Great core strength to rescue that, but a lot of deductions. And again, he has to reset the tippelt. So I'm afraid, oh my goodness, the work he's having to put in here, the core strength is remarkable. He's really having to improvise his way through this routine. I don't know how he's managed to stay on, it's extraordinary. Oh, how did he dismount like that, considering what he'd been through on the apparatus? That was a remarkable conclusion. It certainly wasn't the routine he was aiming for. But I do think 9 out of 10 gymnasts would have come off the apparatus at least once. It's remarkable. He made it look so natural to get out of these losses of position that you could almost be forgiven for thinking that he was deliberately demonstrating shows of core strength. And then to hit that double pike landing, brilliant. Told you he was entertaining. He's spoken very movingly of his struggles with dyslexia when he was at school, and a wonderful teacher called Therese Falk who turned his life around through understanding him and helping him. She's a great athlete in her own right, a Nordic record holder in ultramarathon, would you believe? He met with her recently and was moved to tears, found it very difficult to speak in her presence, so big was the impact that she'd had. He has a huge number of fans across the world. He's the reigning Norwegian all-around champion, won the title in September of last year. scrutiny of the deductions likely going on here. Quite a complicated routine to assess. Meanwhile, next gymnast waiting to go, Khabibullo Agashiev, the antepenultimate performer in the final. That was a routine characterised by exceptional saves. We're going to see him in the horizontal bar final later. 11.433. Does lose quite a bit of difficulty as well. Now then, to the 8th best in qualification, but somebody who could well find himself challenging for a place on the podium, the way this final's going. Khabibullo Ergashiev of Uzbekistan, 26, from by the border with Tajikistan in Varna, and a top 50 performer in the all-around at the Olympic Games. 41st place, did very well. That's very smooth. Just had a little break in his form, perhaps. Slight adjustment in that handstand, which felt a touch on the sideways side. But this is good. A little compression there, had to recover from an arm bend. And that's a good conclusion from Khabibullo Agashiev. Now, how will that do? At the moment, 14.3 leads, then 13 holding second place, and 12.3 is good enough for bronze as things stand. It's been a strange parallel bars final, and there's a chance for somebody to step forward. He's somebody, by the way, who is in that returning to competition phase, having taken a little break after the Olympiad. Very healthy to do it, right to do it for so many athletes, I'm sure, after the intensity of the qualification process and the training process. Good to just go on holiday for a bit, do something else for a short while, then come back into competition and build towards the next games. 13, there we go. He has improved on his qualification display by half a tenth, and he's up there in medal contention. But we've got 2 to go, and this gentleman certainly can make a very good case for being on the podium. Two-time Olympian Niels Dunkel, and a top 20 at the Olympic Games in the all-around competition. Brilliant accomplishment. Any gymnast who makes it to that level has earned their place in the record books. Niels Dunkel, 4th best in qualification, 13.25 his score. He's another in his return phase after a little post-Olympics recharge. All of this is looking nice and tidy and in control. They've got plenty of height in the straddle front somersault. A little bit of a waving of the body going into that handstand, and there's the overarch that just seemed to be coming. And his dismount was a little on the low side, quite bent, but some good work in that routine, and the difficulty might be competitive within the context of this final and the top 3 places. We only have 1 to go after the score is in for Niels Dunkel. Did well to avoid a hand going down. Delighted to be back and very pleased with that number, 13.533. 5.3 for difficulty. Niels Dunkel is into the silver medal position. He's guaranteed a place on the podium. We wait to see if Robert Tvorgal can join him. 3 times an Olympian, this gentleman. The 30-year-old from Vilnius, Robert Tvorgal, European Championship bronze medalist on the parallel bars in 2020, winner of 13 World Cup medals. Good save, very good save. He's so experienced that he manages to minimize quite important deductions. And he was very low as he landed that, did a great job in staying on his feet. Now the question is whether those deductions will all amount to a little too much. But he certainly stopped them being substantially higher than they might have been. Mostly trains overseas, Robert Tvorgal. Spent a lot of time in France in the build-up to the games to practice on the Olympic equipment. He's had some lovely words to say about his coach and how he's like family to him, that they are ultimately great friends more than anything else. That's the starting point for their working relationship. Been working together now for about 10 years. The leading score remains 14.3, that's Ferhat Arujan. Second is 13.533, Niels Dunkel. Then we have 2 gymnasts on 13, Stingfun Tang and Khabibullo Ergashiev. And Tvorgal just misses out, a score of 12.8. A little too many deductions here and there, and he didn't have the sort of difficulty cushion that others did with 5.0, his D score. We compare that to Dunkel, who had a 5.3, for example. So all of that means that it is a gold medal to Ferhat Arujan. And we'll bring you the classified results in just a moment before we proceed directly to the award ceremony. Let's have a look back at how the medals were won. The classified results in the men's parallel bars competition. Bronze to Habibullah Agashiev of Uzbekistan on the execution tie-break. Silver to Germany's Niels Dunkel, and the gold medal won by Ferhat Arujan, Turkish gymnast. First place again.
Third place and bronze medal, representing Uzbekistan, Habibullah Agashiev.
The bronze medal in the men's parallel bars competition to Habibullah Agashiev of Uzbekistan.
Second place and silver medal, representing Germany, Niels Dunkel.
Silver won by Niels Dunkel of Germany.
And first place and gold medal, representing Turkey, Ferhat Arıkan.
The title to Ferhat Arujan of Turkey.
Third place award.
And that's his second parallel bars gold medal in World Cup or World Challenge Cup competition this season.
Second place awards, FIG technical delegate Steve Butcher. And first place award, President of Bulgarian Federation of Artistic Gymnastics, Vice Olympic Champion Krasimir Dunev.
Първо място награждава Красимир Дунев, президент на Българска федерация гимнастика.
And we'll now have the national anthem of Turkey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up for the national anthem of Turkey. Huge applause for the champions and march out.
There they are, the medalists in the men's parallel bars competition at the Varna World Challenge Cup in Bulgaria. We have two more finals to bring you, and the women's floor competition will be the next one. The finalists in the women's floor competition at the Varna World Challenge Cup. The top performer in qualification will be the fifth gymnast to go, Iceland's Telma Alofsteinsdottir. And she could make history, because no Icelandic gymnast has ever won a World Cup or World Challenge Cup medal in the current format, and no female Icelandic gymnast has ever won a World Challenge Cup or World Cup medal. It was Runa Alexandersson who won pommel horse silver in April of 2000 at the old Glasgow Grand Prix. And my huge thanks to all of you out there who assisted me in finding out that information. because that was a real team effort from many of you who do a wonderful job in compiling archive material for this great sport. Been a lot of turning the pages of the record books to discover that. Here are the finalists in the women's floor competition. Let's have the official introductions and wish them all the best of luck in their quest for a place on the podium.
Representing Croatia, representing Sweden, Jennifer Williams. Representing USA, Nola Maggio. Representing Panama, Ayla Leon. Representing Iceland, Thelma Adelsteindotter. Representing Israel, Tamar Brodfeld. Representing Austria, Charlize Moers. And representing Luxembourg, Charlize Mordente. Warm up for the first 4 athletes.
We have a reserve gymnast who's come in, and it is Tamar Brodfeld, the Israeli wearing number 222. There is no Lilja Gunnarsdottir, the Icelandic gymnast who had a tricky landing on vault yesterday. She's made the decision to withdraw from the final today. Hope that all is well with her. Certainly a wise move if there's any doubt. In the first half of this final, we're going to see Antea Sikic-Kaucic of Croatia, 7th best in qualification, new senior. Then we'll have Jennifer Williams of Sweden, the 2nd best in qualification. Nola Matthews of the USA, the 5th best in qualifying. And another new senior, Alia de Leon of Panama. She was the 4th best in the preliminary round. And if her junior career is anything to go by, if what she accomplished last season is an indication, then watch out for her, because she had a fabulous 2024. I'll run through her list of accolades when we see her right on cue. There she is, the gymnast who took the clean sweep at the Junior Pacific Rim Championships last year. Also won the all-around vault, beam and floor titles at the Bolivarian Youth Games. And she won a full set of colours at the South American Junior Championships. Fantastic. So that's the first half of the final. The top qualifier, Adelsteinsdottir of Iceland, will kick off the second part of the final. Her score was 13.05. The 2nd best score, 12.7. That's Jennifer Williams.
Warm-up is over. Good luck.
Time to begin.
Representing Croatia, Antea Sikic-Kaucic.
Representing Croatia, it's Antea Sikic-Kaucic, 7th best in qualification. performance of Anteja Šikić-Kaučić of Croatia, the gymnast who won the junior title on floor at the Croatian Apparatus Championships last year. Lovely performer. She's really enjoyable to watch. She made her senior international debut at the Baku World Cup at the start of the year. Yes, the hands went down on one of the tumbling passes, but she's a performer of finesse. She dances well, she's expressive. Great gymnast to watch. One of those athletes who has a real effervescence to her choreographic work. Just unfortunate there that she was not fully rotated coming out of the tuck position and the hands went down. But a very stylish young performer, the 16-year-old from Zagreb. .11.1, so she was essentially in line to do as she did in qualification. She's a full mark down. We move to the second best performer in the preliminary stage, the 19-year-old Jennifer Williams from Sweden. She won her first World Cup medal earlier this season. That was a lovely performance in so many ways from Jennifer Williams, the gymnast who was part of the Swedish team that made the European Championship final. That was last year when she was also a strong all-around performer. Was out of bounds on a couple of occasions, quite clearly. And maybe those penalties will add up to a little too much. We'll wait and see. Just one foot going out there. There was a more drastic one later on. Very much on the cusp of an outright landing out of bounds rather than stepping out, so certainly more severe in terms of the penalties. There's some very good looking tumbling. Wonderful height there, legs going to horizontal or near horizontal. In qualification she scored 12.7. 5.3 difficulty score was one of the more complicated routines of the qualification campaign. .733, and that's with 4/10 of penalty marks.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing United States of America,
Nola Matthews, fifth best qualifier, 12.35. Floor champion at the Winter Cup in the USA at the start of the season. The USA's Nola Matthews, the teenager who was so strong on floor at the start of the season in that important Winter Cup competition in the USA, and the gymnast who'll be going to UCLA for her undergraduate studies from next year. A university that has produced so many memorable floor routines over the years as well. Twisting round well, just the small 10th penalty for going out of bounds. Very secure in the tuck position, that looked good. It'll be interesting to see what kind of an advance she can make on the qualification performance. Very striking orchestration, isn't it? Memorable. Lovely conclusion to it. Yes, I thought that was going to be well up from the preliminary round. It's a gain of almost a mark, 0.95 better. 13.3, she goes into the gold medal position. To this really impressive new senior, Elia de Leon of Panama. Fourth best in qualification, one to watch. the issue that she had on one of the tumbling passes put to one side, there's reason to be very excited about this young contender from Panama. Brilliant junior career. Clean sweep champion at the Junior Pacific Rim Championships last year. Won the lot. Won almost everything at the Bolivarian Youth Games last year. She's got some very good tumbling. And a degree of expressivity as well. There's been a lot of talk on social media amongst gymnastics fans about her coming through onto the senior international circuit, and it is easy to see why there is excitement that's been generated about it. She looked as though she was going to be able to stabilise that landing at first, but just came down perhaps unexpectedly, jarred, leaning backwards. Very promising, no question of that. Ali Lida de Leon of Panama trains at No Limits Gymnastics in Panama City. She's talked about how much she loves the dance elements of gymnastics. She loves to dance just recreationally. It's always been an important part of her life. 11.433. Good learning experience. So we're at the halfway stage of the women's floor competition. The leader, Nola Matthews. Some significant improvement there from qualifying by 0.95. Next we've got to come Thelma Alafsteinsdottir of Iceland. The top performer in qualification, but she'll need to improve upon that if she is going to maintain top spot. We've also got that gymnast, Charlize Mertz. No doubt that she has the capacity to not just challenge for a medal, but win the whole thing. She struggled in qualification, but she's a much higher scorer than her preliminary round indicated.
Representing Iceland, Thelma
This is
Alafsteinsdottir.
Thelma Alafsteinsdottir of Iceland. Top in qualification with 13.05. She's the reigning Northern European champion on this apparatus, and she recently won the national title too. Oh, I know that we will have to discuss the problem that she had with one of the tumbling passes, but can we just forget about that for a minute and talk about how much fun that was to watch, how much she committed to it emotionally, how expressive it was. It was a joy, an absolute joy. every single bit of this routine was fully committed to. And it's one of those routines that you now want to go and watch another 15 times to get every nuance, to explore every aspect of the narrative. So memorable and courageous too. It's bold. You'd expect something bold from a gymnast like her, and she wasn't far away from making this whole thing come together. But the full name of this sport is artistic gymnastics, and she reminds us of that with that work. Telma Alfsteinsdottir of Iceland. Very bright individual as well. She is a graduate of pharmacology at the University of Iceland. And I was going to ask you a bit of an obscure trivia question about her earlier, which I'll do now. Although I'll just let you know that we've had a change to Antea Šikić-Kaučić's score. It's gone up to 11.266. But that gymnast has won an all-around medal as a guest performer at a national championships, distinctly different from her own. Do you know which it is? I'll give you a moment to ponder it. In 2018, the gymnast you're looking at from Reykjavik was an all-around medalist in the guest competition at the Welsh Gymnastics Championships. So the score unfortunately well down by almost 2 marks on the 13.05 she scored in qualification. Tamar Brotfeldt of Israel comes in as the first reserve. 11.8 in qualification. Well, unfortunately, that was a bit of a tricky outing for Tamar Brotfeldt. We just remind ourselves that she didn't have much notice that she was coming into the final as the reserve gymnast. She's still very new to international competition. This is just her second World Cup event. She competed in Varna last year, but she has been a junior national championship medalist on floor. To reset after something like that, to get back into your routine. She did demonstrate some nice tumbling. Very athletic double back, good height. She's a proficient vaulter as well. She won the gold medal at the Luxembourg Open recently. Invitational event. But there will be a full mark gone there as well as the penalty tenths accumulated throughout the routine. But well done to her on a first appearance in a World Cup final. That is a good learning experience. 10.266 the score, down by about a mark and a half in qualifying. There's no doubt at all that Charlize Mertz has the capacity to not just challenge for a medal but to win. 12.35 in qualification, but with a 6.85 for execution. Let's see what she does here. She is just wonderful to watch on floor. Charlize Mertz, the 19-year-old who qualified for the Olympic Games through the floor route in the last World Cup series. First Austrian woman to win a World Cup gold. Some enormous tumbling going on. And certainly from an execution standpoint, you would expect it to be a lot better than the qualification phase. Difficulty will be high as well. Let's have a look back at some of the tumbling in more detail. That double layout is the gymnastics equivalent of somebody walloping a cricket ball out of the ground for 6. It was just completely assured, authoritative, and you could feel the crowd going, my goodness. Bang, right down to earth, so secure. It's one of those moments in sport where you know that you're watching an athlete in full control of what they're doing. Great turns at the end as well. Matthews leads on 13.3. Mertz in qualification scored 12.35. We still have one to go after this, and that's Celeste Mordenti. Well, let's see how the number is for Charlize Mertz. Seems to be quite a lot of dogs in the crowd. And we've got a long pause here. 12.933, that's very close to Matthews' score, and it's a big improvement from qualification, so Mertz goes into second place. Matthews holding on. It is Williams who's occupying bronze at the moment, 12.733. Celeste Mordenti is the last to go, and she certainly is in contention. She was the third best in qualifying with 12.55. That is a lovely routine to watch. It's very effervescent. She moves with lightness around the floor in a way that is correct with the choice of orchestration. Obviously a big issue, going very strongly out of bounds. But a bit like her performance on beam, it was 9/10 of the way there. And there's been real development in her dance work. But what was lovely to see, and very characteristic of the sort of gymnast Celeste Mordenti is that she just got straight back on with the routine as though nothing had happened. That is a skill that all elite gymnasts perfect, and they're very, very good at it. But the choreography just picked straight up after this. She was back into fully committed performance. Very good there. Nice height here. Born in Munich, but who moved at the age of 2 to Luxembourg. Lovely moment when she competed at the 2022 European Championships. And a lovely moment when she won the Luxembourg Open recently. Won't be the number she was hoping for here, but she departs this weekend of competition, having made it onto the podium in the uneven bars contest. 11.166 for Celeste Mordenti. Certainly clear that her trajectory is very positive, though. This weekend has proven that. We have just one more final to come. But before we bring you the high bar, let's look back at how the medals were decided on floor. The classified results in the women's floor competition: the bronze medal won by Jennifer Williams of Sweden, silver to Charlize Mertz of Austria, and the gold medal, her second of the weekend, to Nola Matthews of the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite with huge applause champions on floor exercise for women.
The victory ceremony for the women's floor competition. The setting is the Palace of Culture and Sport in Varna, Bulgaria.
Third place, the bronze medal, representing Sweden, Jennifer Williams.
Jennifer Williams of Sweden, the winner of the bronze medal.
Second place in silver medal, representing Austria,
Charlize Mertz of Austria, the winner of the silver medal.
And first place in gold medal, representing United States of America,
Nola Matthews of the United States of America, the winner of the gold medal. Great improvement from qualification. She was 5th with a score of 12.35. She gained almost a full mark to take the title.
Second place awards FIG technical delegate Helena Lario. And first place award president of local organizing committee, Olympic medalist and world champion Jordan Jovchev.
Jordan Jovchev, the gentleman presenting the gold medals. 4 times an Olympic medalist and 4 times a champion of the world. And he was twice a world champion on floor. And rather wonderfully, considering that he's presenting the gold medal to a gymnast from California. He was the champion in Anaheim in California in 2003 on that apparatus.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise
The national anthem of the United States of America.
United States of America. Huge applause for the champions and march out.
And there they are, the medalists in the women's floor competition. We have just the men's horizontal bar final to come now, and that will conclude our coverage of this first World Challenge Cup of the season. The finalists in the men's horizontal bar competition. The top performer in qualification, Marios Yoriou of Cyprus, and he will go 3rd in the order. We've got a very good field here. In the first half of the final alone, we've got 2 European champions on this apparatus. let's have the official introductions for this last final of the Varna 2025 World Challenge Cup.
Representing Lithuania, representing Austria, Paul Schnauzer. Representing Cyprus, Marius Georgiou. Representing Bulgaria, Jordan Alexandrov. Representing Bulgaria, Daniel Trifonov. Representing Norway, Sofus Gegensnes. Representing Turkey, Adem Asu. Representing Argentina, Julian Hato.
One for the first four athletes.
Crowd watching and waiting for the start of this men's horizontal bar final. The first four gymnasts are about to embark upon their warm-ups. We've got Robert Tvoregal, the second best in qualification to get us started. 13.75 his score in the preliminary round. The gymnast who became the first Lithuanian to be champion of Europe when he won this in 2020. He was also the European Games gold medalist back when there was gymnastics at the European Games, because it didn't feature in the 2023 Krakow Małopolska Games, but it did feature in 2019 and 2015, the inaugural Games in Baku. Paul Schmolzer be the next gymnast to go. He was the 8th best in the preliminary round. We will then see the Cypriot Marios Georgiou. Gymnast who won the European title on the horizontal bar in Munich in 2022, and that after he pulled his shoulder in the all-around and the doctors advised that he would be best served withdrawing from the competition. He felt he was able to compete, and boy was he able to compete. He's also been a Commonwealth Games medalist on the Apparatus and a Mediterranean Games champion. Also won the gold medal on the horizontal bar at one of the more niche and fascinating multi-sport events out there, the Games of the Small States of Europe. And we'll then have Bulgaria's own Jordan Alexandrov. The 6th best in qualification. He's been a European Championship finalist on the horizontal bar. 9 times he's competed at the European Championships. And he is the defending champion, if you will, from this event last year, because he was the 7th best in qualification and won the whole thing. So those are the first 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Lithuania, Robert Tvoregal.
Lithuania's Robert Tvoregal. 2nd best in qualification. 30-year-old, so experienced on this apparatus. Let's see how he performs on the occasion of the final. Good close control work. Now goes into the straight Kachev, piked Kachev, and then connects it with a Ginger somersault. That's a beauty. Triple back to dismount. Very nice from Robert Torregal. What a great start. That triple back dismount on the horizontal bar is going to become, one imagines, quite a staple part of the next few years, the way the code of points has evolved. Good straight body position in the first instance, wraps into a good tight pike to differentiate the two variations of the Kachev, and then he goes straight into the Ginger, which is a challenge to keep the kinetic energy going. And there's the big wrap around into the triple tucked back somersault. Good beginning to the final. .75 in the preliminary round for the veteran Lithuanian. Really good to see him back in international competition after he was 18th on the horizontal bar at the last Olympics. That is much better than qualifying. 14.233. He's gained 3/10 of difficulty, and the rest goes on execution for a half-mark gain. The Austrian, Paul Schmolzer. Congratulations to him on making this final, having been a reserve elsewhere this weekend. He's 21. He was the 8th best in the preliminary round. Big wind up for the first release move coming up, and he was just a little off on his Kovac. Did make contact. That was so near. The gymnast from Vöcklabruck in the north of Austria, a small town of 12,000, named after the river Vöckla, which flows through the town. He made his European Championship debut last year. It was a very proud moment for him. Kachev quite close to the bar by comparison on that occasion. Good dismount. Most unfortunate that he had issues with the Kovac, because there was a lot of very enjoyable gymnastics. Yeah, he knows it too. That really is the reaction of an athlete who's thinking about what might have been. He knows all about it. Marios Yoriu is one of those apparatus that when it goes right, it really goes right, and when you miss in a big way. Kovac was not too far away from being successfully grasped. Good twisting at the end. Little wobble as he positioned his feet. He won a bronze medal in this World Cup last year on vault. He's been a silver medalist on vault at the last 2 national championships. 3 times a consecutive team national champion as well. So he's been doing well domestically. Not the score that he wanted to see. .9. Only a 3.7 for difficulty as well. That's down from 4.2 in qualifying.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Cyprus, Marios Giorgio.
To Marios Giorgio of Cyprus, the reigning European all-around champion and the horizontal bar gold medalist from Munich in 2022. He's also been the Mediterranean Games champion on this apparatus, the champion at the Games of the Small States of Europe, and a Commonwealth Games medalist. More recently, he won silver at the Cairo World Cup. Cassina really keeps the swing going. And the Coleman. Very nice one-arm giant swing. Big conclusion coming up, and he's really steady in that landing. Lovely the way that he works the crowd up there. Marios Giorgio has said that very recently. When I had the chance to chat with him in Cairo, he confirmed that he loves noise from a crowd. He likes them to react to the regrafts, he likes them to react to the landing. It gets him pumped up, so it's fascinating to see him doing exactly that as he hits that dismount so well. It gives him a big lift. He's looking very good early on in his return. Lots to be extremely encouraged by. Beautifully positioned for that landing. 14.233 from Robert Tvorogal. It's 13.8 for the Cypriot in qualifying. 13.9. Strong execution score. He does improve upon the preliminary round, but not enough to go into the lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bulgaria,
Jordan Alexandrov of Bulgaria, 29, and the champion in this event last year. Won the gold in Varna as the 7th best in qualification. He has 7 World Cup medals. That is lovely variation from the typical release and regrasps. Had to work very hard to keep his swing going after the regrasp. He did extremely well to do it. Different sort of routine in its construction. Crowd will love that from Jordan Alexandrov of Bulgaria. The experienced athlete who moved to the United States of America, to California about 20 years ago. Graduate of the University of California, Berkeley in media studies. Collegiate horizontal bar champion. This is a distinctive routine, marked by the release move where he's facing the bar and going over the top of it rather than the often backwards direction that demarcates a lot of the men's horizontal bar release moves. He gets good height and a secure twisting position at the end. 12.833, virtually the same as qualification. Difficulty has gone up, the execution has dropped. That issue he had after his first release and regrasp, where the arms had a very obvious bend, proving costly. So at the halfway point, Tvoregal leading, Yuriu in second place, and then quite a bit of daylight for Alexandrov down in third. We've got Daniel Trifonov, fourth best in qualifying. Sofus Hegemsnes, third best. Adam Asil, who was the fifth best, and Julian Hato, who was the seventh best. Last warm-up coming now from the Argentinian.
Yeah, just a bit, but not too much. A bit of sugar.
A ver. Čakaj, evo zacepni nešto za sede. O, bek. Dobro. Кой го бъде тази сука, бе?
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bulgaria, Daniel Trifonov!
Bulgaria's Daniel Trifonov. Fourth best in qualification. Gymnast who that long ago won the junior national title on the horizontal bar. He can be very clean on this apparatus. Very similar approach to what we saw from his own teammate, Alexandrov. Some nice catch-evs going on. Very powerful, generates a lot of pace on the apparatus. Daniel Trifonov, who has been a vault medalist in World Challenge Cup competition. He's based in Sofia, trains at the Levski Spartak Club. He keeps the swing going quite nicely on the regrasp. I think his teammate Alexandrov had slightly more difficulty there. 13.166. So that has got him in the bronze medal position. Both of the gymnasts from Bulgaria using variations of the Gaylord's skill. Alexandros was piked.
Representing Norway.
Nice to see it though, more unusual. Sofus Hegemsnes. Third best in qualification, 13.4. Starts with a Yamawaki, that's the first of those we've seen. Yes, lovely, puts in the twist. And then very nice.
А сега, дами и господа, нека с бурни аплодисменти посрещнем треньорите и състезателите в днешния последен финал на висилка.
Representing Austria, Paul Schnauzer. Representing Cyprus, Marius Georgiou. Representing Bulgaria, Jordan Alexandrov. Representing Bulgaria, Daniel Trifonov. Representing Norway, Sofus Kegensnes. Representing Turkey, Adem Asu. Representing Argentina, Julian Hato.
Warm up for the first four athletes. Warm-up is over. Good luck. Ukraine, Robert Varna.
Representing Austria, Paul Schmelzer.
Καλά ορθόνησα. Εντάξει. Καλή επιτυχία. Άρα τα στάνταρ και τα τέτοια, δείξτε τα και μετά φεύγει. Μην κάνεις έτσι και αφέξεις μέσα, έτσι. Καλή επιτυχία, ναι.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Cyprus, Mario Giorgio.
Bravo, ρε, τέλειο είναι. Μπράβο, πάνω. Μην βιάζεσαι. Περίμενε το Μάρι λίγο. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bulgaria, Todo salió igual.
Yeah, just a bit, but not too much. A bit of yogurt.
Στον να βε. Δεν μόρτα βε. Evo zacep nešto za sejanje. O, bek. Lovo. Koji bi to stavi sukave? Dani. Ona? On je skoro već ga pagao magalis.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bulgaria, Daniel.
Точно пак на вид.
Tamam.
I guess more. No. Bro. More.
Biraz ıslanması lazım. Suyu versene bence.
Yo.
He? Tutmaz ki yoksa. Tutar.
No. Not only this.
Like this.
Okay. Can you just clean it? Bir de bu minder aldın mı?
Tabii ki.
Okay, that's it.
Sen onu da
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
Adem bunu biraz önemli. Hepsini.
Hepsini yani.
Oh.
Representing Turkey, Adem Asiu.
Sangue. Wow, quiero construcción sacaron.
Representing Argentina, Julian Hato.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite with huge applause champions on high bar. First place and bronze medal, representing Turkey,
Трето място и бронзов медал за представителя на Турция Адем Асил.
Second place and silver medal, representing Cyprus, Mario Giorgio.
Второ място и сребърен медал за представителя на Кипър Мариос Джорджио.
And first place and gold medal, representing Lithuania, Robert Borgal.
Първо място и златен медал за представителя на Литва Роберт Ворогал.
Third place award to Chief Executive Director of Palace of Culture and Sport, Minko Christov.
Трето място награждава Минко Христов, директор на Дворец на културата и спорта.
Second place awards FIG Technical Delegate Steve Butcher.
Второ място награждава Стив Бъчър, технически делегат на ФИК.
And first place award, President of Bulgarian Federation of Artistic Gymnastics, Vice Olympic Champion Krasimir Dunev.
Първо място награждава Красимир Дунев, президент на Българска федерация гимнастика.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up for the national anthem of Lithuania. Huge applause for the champions and march out. Без които това състезание би могло да се състои. Красимир Дунев и Йордан Йовчев. Второ за нашите сънародници завоювали 10 финала. Финалистите на бронз тренира Радко и Давид Иванов. Финалистите на висилка Даниел Трифонов и Йордан Александров. Финалистите на смесено отбързане и бронзовата медалистка на Григоран Никол Стоименова. Вице-шампионката на прескокването на Биотива. Вице-шампионката на земя Деви Пенев. Бронзовата медалистка прескочи шампиона на земя гимнастика Еди Пенев. Трето, нека изкажем специална благодарност към екипа на домакините на Дворец на културата и спорта. Екипа на ПНТ. Никак гордо съм българин, гордете се и вие. Желая ви лек и успешен ден и до година ви очакваме отново. Днешните наблюдаваме състезателите, борещи се за призово класиране на прескоко според Norway, Sebastian Schwanemi. Chinese Taipei, Wei Zheng Zheng. Representing Bulgaria, Nikolova. please rise up for the national anthem of United States of America. Giorgio!
Τι πιάζεσαι? Περίμενε το Μάρι λίγο.
Lithuania, Robert Varna.